Hello everyone. Great news. I actually read a little bit on the whole thing from last stream. Bad news. I've been feeling terrible, so I'm not gonna lie. The information that I acquired went through one ear and skipped through the other. It's great! I'm gonna be muting myself like a decent amount today because I'm still not okay. Turns out it's not allergies. It's a virus. So that's good. That's great. Let's move on. Let's go on with our lives. Ooh, we're on a boat.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner, and he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which she referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
That's just a snake. Just a snake.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
I've seen the memes. I wasn't expecting him to have that voice, I'm not gonna lie. Also, for the record, I complained while I was playing the main Ace Attorney series about the fact that Phoenix at one point mentions, well, he jokes after fearing part of the crime in the middle of the trial. He gets all like Sherlock Holmes 2, baby. And I was like, well, but how do you explain that later we have we had Sherlock Sholmes, and the reason for that, or the thing here that does not translate correctly, is that apparently in Japanese, he is just Sherlock Holmes. He's just Sherlock Holmes. Like he's like Sherlock Holmes is technically public domain. I believe most of his stories are public domain, if not all of them, but for the most part, he's public domain. I don't know if any, like, I don't know what the home state is. Well, technically, um, point is, he's public domain. So I'm not entirely sure why they had to change the name in English. Because again, Sherlock Holmes is a public domain character. It's like Dracula. But now that I said that I want a Dracula versus Sherlock Holmes story, actually I said that and one probably already exists. Point is, I don't understand why that was changed, but apparently in Japanese it's just Sherlock Holmes. Like just outright. It's just regular as Sherlock Holmes. You learn something every day. Oh, my head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait, I can't move. Oh. What the? Why am I in handcuffs? Well, there's a lot of reasons for that, honey. There's a lot of reasons that would happen. So you wake up now, Oh, it's a Russian. I thought it was Sherlock. I mean, Herlock. I had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You clearly Russian man. You found me then. We found you. And now you pay, criminal. With a K? How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Hi, girlie. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Okay, see, here's the deal. You came and helped my ass in the last case. And you assume that I killed someone. I don't know how I feel about it. Why would you assume? We haven't seen Kazuma the entire time. He's dead. He's the dead man in this. Like, he's dead. He's dead. Like, I know. Nobody ever farms that hard without dying in the second case. That's what happened to Mia. So I know that it's him. I'm 100% sure that it's him. If it's not him, I'm gonna eat my own hand. Or flipper. Whichever you prefer, really. I'm surprised that she would assume that we did it, just because we were in the scene of the crime. This is the second time we accidentally get blamed for someone's murder. Which, I'm not saying there's a problem with that, I'm just saying you believe that we were innocent the first time because you came and helped us. Why wouldn't you believe that we're innocent the second time? We have not acted like we would kill someone. Mimi Susato! Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? You pretend you do not know. You are a wolf in the sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. Yeah, I fucking knew it. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin. that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. Kiora farmed too close to the sun. These handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. Okay, but like I didn't. No. No. Okay, come on. The entire thing. The entire text box, really? Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Would we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, where else could you come to England with me to study? I mean, I could have not come to England with you to study. It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. And I almost died. I thought I was going to die. Yeah, that's what I said. Yes, I still quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey! Honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself into my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotomo, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point, surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean this cabin. I know it's crap, but you better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. Anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worried. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. I've only been at sea for about 15 days. Of 50? So, yeah, 2 weeks. Look at this has happened. We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. Well, you'll go together, but one of you will be a corpse. Leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. You said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on this ship, which is technically a crime. But murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Yeah, she doesn't believe us, bro, which sucks ass after she was so good for us the first trial. Please tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you too. Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. And she could. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? They think you killed Kiryu, Asogi. When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit could have escaped these four walls. Unless... There's always an unless. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge? Even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me! Look, I didn't kill the guy last time. Why would you assume that I killed the guy this time? Especially when the guy is not like a random dude that I don't know. He's my best friend. Also, excuse me, I need to blow my nose. I apologize, it will happen again. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next portal call. So presumably this means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Can anyone tell me what actually happened in this cabin? I don't understand. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... You would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I will have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning he did not come. Ako says that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside... There was Kazuma-san collapsed on the floor. Okay, already the first issue with this case, like the first notable issue, is that we established case 1 that Kazuma knows English but doesn't know Russian or French. Like, we know he doesn't know French, and I can only assume that he also doesn't know Russian. So whoever wrote that message has to be a Russian person. Like, that's the first inconsistency here. It has to be someone who knows Russian. We have no reason to believe Kazuma knows Russian. I'm pretty like, I remember the French, but I'm pretty sure it also discredits him knowing Russian in the first case. The fact that the writing is that clean means that it was probably post-mortem as well. Like, someone wrote that over whatever it was. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if what happened is, like, he wrote something and then someone, the killer, wrote over the text that he initially wrote with Russian. That could be a possibility. Just to, like, not in, like, it was probably incriminating, it was probably to, like, de-incriminate themselves. Desincriminate? Unincriminate? Are any of those words? And the white table there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. Wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. Now I've told you everything that I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy. I'm still throbbing like anything. It's still throbbing like anything. Oh yeah, stowaway, okay, you're gonna ask me about this. Why are you even on board this ship, Nanohara-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes, I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, that would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you. But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why you go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really... But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead. God, I can't read even worse than usual. Of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. And then it's gonna become irrelevant. Delightful. God, I hate the Empire. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. It's not gonna change the fact that this agreement that you had between Japan and Great Britain is eventually gonna collapse in a couple of years, which will in the process make Japan even more wary of Western ideas. It will become ultra-nationalism following the end of the Russo-Japanese War and World War I, and then we'll end up with the Empire of Japan that we got in World War II. Oh boy, I don't remember that much of what I read. History sucks ass. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then... yeah? Then what? Nothing. Forget it. Huh? You can't just do that to me, bro! Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. I had to sneeze again, excuse me. Well, Garly, like I said, what he's trying to do is not gonna work out in the long run. I apologize for that. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san, I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yes. What perfect, in fact. If you're not the culprit, then tell me, what happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself in that water over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yes. So deeply that you didn't steer when Kazuma-sama was killed. Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason my head's still throbbing like anything. Really. Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me! I didn't do it! I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there is no one else who could possibly have done this. It's always my fault. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry. But Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free. No, I cannot allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. Going to find out exactly what happened here. Going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Yeah! Oh. What the... That was... a Susato takedown. Susato what? What martial art form is that? I'm pretty sure that's judo, honey. Like, I'm pretty sure that's a... It's kind of hard because she's upside down, but... Pretty sure that's a judo position, and pretty much you just turn you know, around, which is... I would argue not that uncommon of a maneuver. I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry, prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to? Speaking of, what do we have in the court record? It says keep out in Japanese, though I'm not sure the Russian crew can actually read it. Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Ah, I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. Well, that's cool and all, but I have no conclusive evidence all the time. Like, literally no conclusive evidence at this point in time, honey. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her evidence. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Are you kidding me? Like, I have 2 pieces of evidence and I don't think any of it is useful in this situation. Well, I don't think the University Color pin is gonna work, but I suppose I have to use the paper seal in this case.
Yes!
Tell me, when I was discovering the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case a cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah, yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I kill Kazuma. At least not on myself. Well, even if you are sprawled helplessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Can you help me get up, please? I'm in terrible pain. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? That's what I said. Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Thank you! So you finally believe me? I'm sorry. No. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you use some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. Honey, what does you think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you, to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death! Avenge me! Well, let's see. Let's start on this side. That's my dinner from last night, a roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But, did you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no, does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Ugh, now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Ah, yes, that's no good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? I'm sure you're careful to look all around using B and M, aren't you? B and M, really? Now let's investigate all corners of this cabin. I mean, I'd rather just touch the buttons. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Oh, it even marks, Oh, that's very useful that it marks things that I've noticed, or that I touched. Like that. In a way that I can see it, because I'm blind. There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cluttery are all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. No, 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 no. Why do you do this to me, Carly? Okay, that's... Seiji. The Japanese word for justice. The brush strokes are straight and true, just like Asuma. Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can! I mean, I'm innocent, so why should I be able to? Even though you stowed away on the ship. Ow! Now you're going to bring that up, aren't you? I can't win. That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this ship. I suppose that shows how important it was to him. And now he's gone. I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken cleaning too. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Asuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him. Would he? And the mark beside it. What is it, I wonder? It has a sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It is the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. It almost looked like that, like dried blood, but I don't think it's dried blood. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. It's essentially a list of requests from the capital to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure, either way I wasn't supposed to be in here. Clearly we're more of a pet. The books are fallen over on the shelf, look. They've all toppled the same way. And what's this, a statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once. I wonder if perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage? I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. Well, I'm going to point out, Susato, you have messed with the evidence. Just saying. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner. But I can't read your writing. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's Russian. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Like it's like you can see Russian in here, like it's Russian. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stayed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah yes, I see it says this way up in Japanese. Which in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. I was done over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. Poor dear Kazuma-sama will have sad whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means, what, he was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Hiya! That's out of the question. Well, Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but we must not raise his private thoughts. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it, asshole. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? What a dick. No offense, Susato. It's just like, I'm a simple man. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to, you're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the rooms, surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that. I suppose, maybe that's it. Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he... You've noticed the man too, have you? I mean, no offense, guys. He's not hard to notice. I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious. And tall. Suspiciously tall! I mean, I don't disagree. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. You really don't know who that is? Well, no, I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. I don't read many foreign books. I don't follow any of the news from Britain. And I don't trust suspiciously tall individuals. So how I was supposed to know? How should I know? Excuse me, I need to blow my nose again. I'm dying, Squirtle. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And is he investigating customer service or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. I was just imagining it, or does Sato-san look also uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press space on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. In a second. Oh, please do. Yeah, but like in a second. I'm checking stuff. It's so 2 weeks since we set sail for Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruho-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting making this voyage into making this voyage in your own secret hideout. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in that wardrobe. And last night was no exception. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. This is... yes, it's a Belcore contraption, I think. What do you mean contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like these, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really, that sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously. I suppose nobody comes from lowly Japanese people. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. And racist. Let's see. That's sholmes. I'm not gonna deal with sholmes yet. I wanna check that I've checked everything. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out at the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to throw the bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they're sealed together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. Why are you scaring me? When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me? What? I was wondering how it's going, the investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it's not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking the investigator for information about his crime. Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. He might have useful information though, I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Yet! Of course not. Back to corner of room and make silent. Say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. Well... Okay, I guess we don't have any other option. We're gonna have to deal with Sholmes. Blew my nose before starting to deal with Sholmes because I feel like I'm gonna need it. Okay, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmesy. Excuse me? Excuse me, do you have a moment? This is a critical point in my investigation. Uh-huh. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. On top of suspiciously tall. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you waiting. What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Like a weirdo? You like a mega weirdo? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry, what do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me and not in a pleasant way. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You! I've been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that? Perhaps. It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Yeah, you literally saw me. We're in a murder scene. I'm clearly Japanese and we're going to Britain. 2 and 2 together, we get it. You're stupid. Somebody let me throw him out of a window. You perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are, a merciless revolutionary. I'm Japanese. Well, it's not like a Japanese person can't also be Russian technically, but like, the boat literally left Japan. Like, dude. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. What? And when the very occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Are you stupid? Just to be clear, you are talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? Well, there's a Russian sailor in this room who happens to be Russian, which I'm not. I don't even see one person who fits the bill. Well, there were 2 Russian sailors 2 seconds ago. One of them could be, but like, that's not the point. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? And you're plotting a revolution too. It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen. There's no way I... Hi-ya! This is the third time in the last 30 minutes. Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. The little jingle there. It adds to it. God, I love when a game has, like, properly used production values. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes! I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Do I look Russian? Do I look like a Russian to you? Do I look an Orson Russian to you? This is not even a good Russian accent. It doesn't even sound Russian. What am I doing? Oh. Forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head, and not even the first smart thing, the first thing at all. Ah, but was I not right? Once venturing toward foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Do you not? Well, yes, maybe, but that's like the one thing that you said right. Out of like 14 different things, and one was right. Ah, there you have it, you see. What do you make of that, Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So I'm not really sure you could call it a deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles. You see, I announce my findings with a brassy certitude, and more often than not, I'm right. I don't agree with the more often than not part. Ah. I don't think you introduce yourself, by the way. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Sholmes, who is literally Sherlock Holmes in Japanese. So, it's really you, the actual Sherlock Sholmes. The very same, the inimitable actual Sherlock Sholmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san? Because to me, he just kinda looks like a weirdo. The most famous detective in the world, Naruhodo-san, of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on then? We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? I'm gonna regret this, I know. So, you're a great detective, quote-unquote, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Sholmes, also known as Sherlock Holmes in Japanese. Oh, I see. You're German? Sherlock, was it? No, I have no hair. I mean, I have hair. Please call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exactly logged publication. Oh yes, Rand's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Ah yes, here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am! And you've read so many of your own studies, you're starting to think you really are a detective. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detective achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer. Do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I am returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really, I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. You should not. Clearly you should. Clearly you should not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. Sholmes and Edward would get along for like 5 seconds, and then Edward would try to strangle him. Like, they would get along, but it wouldn't last very long. Maybe 5 minutes tops. And then Edward is trying to kill this man. Science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Some of us have shrimp backs, okay? You don't have to call us out. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. Right. Are you sure you're not a pervert? And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look me in the eye and claim that after calling me a Russian revolutionary who killed a bunch of people? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Sherlock Sholmes. Whatever you say, Han. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet that isn't me being the murderer, for the record? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in this most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. So in other words, I'm in this now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Sherlock Sholmes was on board. The handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Narukano. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh really? 2 facts, you say? Deduction user. Okay. Mr. Sholmes, please tell us, please. Tell us, please. What 2 facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? And why the fuck am I the why would you assume? Just because I'm hidden in the fucking wardrobe. Ugh. Ah yes, but first, let us be precise. The 2 facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand. But what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The 2 facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes, what made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. I don't know how to read that. I don't know Russian. I'm not even gonna try. I apologize, but I'm not even gonna try. That is a Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head for this young man Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Me shaking Ryonosuke's shoulders like really hard. Bro, why would you think he's fucking Russian? Like, do you think? Don't you think that if he was Russian, A, he wouldn't be in Japan studying, and B, wouldn't it be easier to just say he's Russian to enter England than to say he's Japanese? Like, I'm not gonna act like the British are gonna be racist to Russians, because they are gonna be racist to Russians. They're gonna be racist to everyone, except maybe themselves most of the time. But only if you're English. If you're Irish, it's like you're fucked. If you're Welsh, you're fucked. If you're Scottish, you're fucked. It's how it is. It's the empire. But like, don't you think it would be easier for him to at least be European than Asian? On. Initially, I consider Garderobe maybe the name of the killer, a certain Robert Guard, perhaps. In the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe to there at least. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Wait, so I found you there around the Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were a candidate. If my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. It's a college uniform from a Japanese university. Can I kill this man? Can I throw him out? Like, I'll investigate myself. I'm very good at it. I played all of the other Ace Attorney. He can leave. He can let me do my job. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people. I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message that I might analyze I'm analyzing for possible hidden details. I can't read. God dang it. And my nose is killing me. I hate being infected by the viruses. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. You're right, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes, thank you. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that? Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Certainly, if it interests you, I don't know how to read Russian. Why do you speak in Russian? It's in the list of languages that I don't even have any idea how to read. Like, some stuff I can, like, guess? I can, like, German. It's Germanic enough that I can sort of figure out what it's saying. Russian? I have no fucking idea how to read Russian. How many times I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian or read Russian or write Russian? But you sure. Can we talk about your deduction before things you concluded about me, I mean? Ah, the now famously accurate troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss, all of the wrong ones. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary as an assassin of 16 parts. Ah, yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads: Revolutionary villain Bolshevik released Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik! No. How could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at this face. He's probably like 35. I'm like 20. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolution as your appearance as well. Please. And I might add, your name doesn't appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. But like, any stowaway would be the case. They wouldn't even need to be Russian, or a man, or a revolutionary. Better blow my nose. I'm dying, Squirtle. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower? Ah, yes. The journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far, and thus he's plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do the revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? Depends on the guy. Like, it depends. Genuinely. And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolsheviks recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? Middle East, really. Like, from Russia, go down and then to the left. Like, have you never seen a map? Like, he probably knows where Russia is. That's what, like. Go down, go pretty to the left, get into Africa, like maybe a little more to the south. Well, that's not exactly where Afghanistan is. Afghanistan, the general area where the Middle East is. Which, like, have we accepted whether or not Middle East is like a proper term for that section of the globe? There were discussions on whether like that does, you know, kosher to use or not, considering it's like it diminishes a lot of, like, I don't know, like the fact that there's a lot of different cultural stuff there. It's not just like one amalgamation of culture that just happens to be the Middle East. But then again, like, that's mostly a Westerner term, and do be loving simplifying, like, oh yeah, just call it Latin America, for example, and it's like, do you know how many different cultures are here? Just like different countries are already completely different places. Like, geopolitics is complicated. This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you? I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages. I see no rubbish bin nearby. Wait, are you using me like a rubbish bin? And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't help to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. Wait. If you tell me that I'm Russian, why are you asking me to get an interpreter for the Russian stuff that I'm supposed to be reading and I'm supposed to know about because I'm Russian? Is he fucking with me? This is interesting. Do you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps about a beautiful Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like these too, don't you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. For now, the prima ballerina of the Nova Beach Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond, tiara you see picture, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Well, I'm not sure what the economy of Russia is right now. Like in comparison how it was in the Meiji era. But let me actually check. Rubles to USD. Thank you, Google. So 0.013 US dollars. So 20,000 would be currently, in this current point in time, a little over 250 US dollar. But this is like, you know, a lot of time ago. So I have to assume that it's in the thousands. And it's like a diamond. It's made of diamonds, so it's probably not. Sato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Nova Beach Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, that's a little rude of you. Well, that's probably the important thing here. Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma! Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. He had a desktop computer on a chip? We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic! And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Susato-san? Aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry now, Hoto-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Hashtag same. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smothering, dear boy, a smothering! Sayonara, bonsai, mikado. Nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. So if you don't take him down, I will take him down. Into a window, to the ocean, because we're in a boat. But this diary is littered with complicated looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So what was all that showing off about before then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madame. The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound. These are very deep waters. Pray go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckle band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckle band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Well. So I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writers in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to. Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at the stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. We play way too many sudokus. So yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? So you don't fuck me over? Because I see the kind of conclusions you come to. No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, this. Right. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No. There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking! You just said it only a moment ago! Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I would have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So what? Were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then, and this is now. That's that, and this is this, how they say in other games. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the power more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can. Yeah! After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate? As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to sleep next door. Good idea. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this, and bring the real culprit to justice. Is that? Something wrong, Naruhodo-san. Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. It looks like that waiter that was actually a detective from the last case, who actually I recognized in the animation, but I didn't have time to say anything. But now he's definitely there, and he's definitely the same guy. And I need to... No, wait, it was... God, I'm so deceased. As in, I'm full of diseases. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Yes, what can I do for you? I recognize that face, but it can't be. All right, the blood. Right, you're dying from tuberculosis. I forgot. It is. I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew on board this ship. Again? I swear to God, if we get to England, and then he's like, yeah, I was asked to go undercover on this tea party or some shit, I'm gonna lose my mind. Like, how many times do you have to be here, honey? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. Perhaps perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. Huh? It was the Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Mr. Yugoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated. Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. And you fucked up. Imagine that. Excellent, excellent job, sweetie. Excellent job. I know part of it is Kazuma's fault. He aura farmed a little too close to the sun, and when that happens, you die. Like you aura farm too much, and they kill you. That's just how it works. It's like when your vibes are too soft, they'll kill you. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning till night, every day. But I've never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace! All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Of course not! We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible? Gives me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example. I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same as when you are in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes, I think I might know what we can use. See if I can present the detective with the evidence he needs to persuade the captain. Water in purple ink. It would appear to have been written in the victim's final moments, which we know it isn't. Despite what appeared to be a speckle gun. Okay, so it's either... I have to think about it. I feel like it's a diary, like that's the thing that would make sense. I feel like giving the article and being like, look, it might have been like, you know, the other guy. Like, it could have been this revolutionary, he just came here and you didn't notice him, and I'm totally innocent, but like, it's probably the most reasonable thing to just present the diary. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckle ban is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckle ban? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin. That's right, so if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckle ban was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. Afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, so... But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? Please stop. Please go see a doctor. I'm a man of my word. I promise that... And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move and we can leave this cabin at last. Move? Alright, let's see what we can find out. Ninth of January, 7:48 a.m. SS Wuria, first-class cabin passageway. I'm finally out of that cabin. That took a second. Have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put in the first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose, like people in handcuffs. Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please don't give me that pitying look. Let's read. A trap for catching mice. Yes, we had plenty of those back home in Japan, although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what it's called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really, but I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? And I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you. I'll find a little slack for you later. She's so nice, even though she chop me like 5 times. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasant shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it says alarmers ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I have to... What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it! But this is an emergency situation. Look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop. This ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. First comes cabin number 2. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin. It's Kasuma's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel smile, don't you? A smile out through the wardrobe, I mean call it home. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way. 500... How many cabins are there? A lot. At least 539, clearly. Actually, I probably need to check. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled man emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask! Hi. Oh, hi. Excuse me, we need to get inside this cabin here. Gisello's eyes speak volumes. They're clearly saying keep out. That's what I wrote on the sign we put over the wardrobe doors. Although this one's version is definitely more effective. It doesn't look like he's going to let us pass. That's a problem. This looks like a plan of the SS Beria. It shows each deck, look. The Beria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skin hull. What a marvel of engineering! Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan. Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. Have you not read about Archimedes' principle in college? It was Archimedes, right? Archimedes? The whole, like... What do you call it in English? Buoyancy thing? Like how stuff floats? God. I shouldn't stream when my brain is like mush. Then again, my brain is like mush so very often. There's a huge book on the top of the table. And there's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing, no reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means that there was nothing to report. That's the way to the second class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman will surely shoot you dead. I don't think he needs to shoot me to kill me, but okay. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started it with my talk of running away. And there's no way I could have run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer! That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You need to take class, lady maid. Oh. We seem to have caught this sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I am not sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman beef stroganoff. Name is beef stroganoff. Okay. Hilarious. Ooh, the best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff, about this first-class cabin area. Here we are in the finest part of our steamship. For very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials. Kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. This is why I am always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? Yeah? Susato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Will you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He is very important Western gentleman. Grimsby Roylott? I guess it's Grimsby Roylott. Crimes by riot? Like, I'm trying to figure out what kind of pun is this, but like, Grimes by... I assume it's crime spy. Roylott, I'm not so sure. A Western gentleman with a really weird name. Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. Why are you Europeans so racist? Actually, I answered my own question by just saying that they're European. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's like there's anyone there. God, I can't. Like, my brain is just trying to read different things that are similar to the things that my brain is trying to read. Ugh. I hate dying. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, it must be rather important. Is that right? That is not your business. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Nah, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about Student Boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? What? Susato-san, do you understand that? It was clearly a no. I said nothing unusual, nothing at all. I'm not sure how you say no in Russian. I know how you say no in German, but not in Russian. Again, I don't know Russian. Why did you put me in a situation where I have to understand Russian, game? And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way. I said no. Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh, it is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yeah, right. I guess we did all of that for nothing. Bullhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain, or as English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. I think. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely! Fuck you too, dude. Oh wait, do I actually have to like examine it again? Oh, it's different here. Look on top of the table there really is huge. There's a pen with it too. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Can we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyages has been meticulously recorded. Oh, okay, so it's the same text. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Okay, so it's the same except for the part of them trying to see if that gets a reaction. Good to know. Now we can get to the door. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, a ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask! Might as well. No answer. I'm out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes! How long have you been there? I shan't be stopped when the fate is on me. I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how to the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? I think I should go in. There's no time to think of a stress relief. Also, you could still kick the door. It'll open violently, but you could still, you know, kick it if you're so desperate. End of January, SS Wiria, first class cabin number 2. Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. That's more like, you know, the East, technically. Well, arguably there's a good part of the, well, a part of Russia's in the West, but we had a woman scream. A woman, don't be upset. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, I love you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimes by Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me, and you are. I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes, if you hadn't been that out. No. I am a great detective among great detectives, one who adores the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man uses our magazine like a business card. A detective. I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there shouldn't be a lady. There wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So may I be so bold as to ask who? Sorry, just. So may I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? Wow, don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Do not look at me. I didn't do it because I wanted to. Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Naruto? Yes! That case just shook! And I am shook that it shook. Leave now, otherwise I'll call the steward. So this is Kasuba's neighbor, Mr. Grimes by Roylott. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Why are you there? Like, I'm more interested in this, like, large sack. Like, that looks more likely to, like, actually have, like, a person inside. What do you think you're doing? Ah! This is my cabin. Get out! Could we just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps? No! Ah, what a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do. I agree, but there might be someone who can help. Perhaps the great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating a sea voyage from the confines of the water whilst waiting. Waiting, goddammit, I can't speak. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh. And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on. For once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. I was gonna ask, this is in bad taste, obviously, but I was gonna assume a bottle of vodka, you know, to bribe them. And again, I know a lot of people who are not Russian who would be bribed by a bottle of vodka. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russian. Right. Cool. You imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed. Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detectives greatly admire great deduction to the case. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? Okay, Sholmes. Sholmes, sweetie, honey, darling. You were doing very well on, like, not being a racist British man for, like, a good chunk of where, well, you've been here, but, like, can you not be racist towards the Russian? I say that after making a vodka joke, but, like, at least I didn't call them dubious by the nature of being Russian, which is, oh boy. I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you. Or anyone. Thanks. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's bad and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read. It is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh! I must have complete silence! Why are you doing? Why are you peeing on my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Oh, Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What ineffable twaddle. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. And now I have experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction he first had. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow one of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How? How could you? Could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. But plainly, let us work through my deductions together. Ooh, the great deduction. Every time that I think deduction, I just think it like Dog Detective. Like I just think about the Dog Detective. So the dubious-looking Russian Mr. Roylott, obviously, what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. When the version using the shears took it away, the copious beard you sport. Now moving on. The question then begged is this: why would you decide to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front page article. Which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russian guy. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminated facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Okay. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there! Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have the propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah. And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. Especially when your nose is stuffed. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, a traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation. A young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein. That would need to be like a baby. Or like a 2-3-year-old maybe at most. It's a small... It's a small trunk. Don't be absurd. And what, pray tell, would be the identity of this young lady in a traveling case? Hear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless cudgel betrays you. I'm pretty sure I mispronounced that. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. There is another, most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. So the headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. God, this game has such production values. We love to see it. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma, Elemensky. Took a chance to blow my nose again. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here for a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? No, go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but... these two men look nothing like each other! Ah, yes, I recall the discussion earlier, and at the time, I believe I told you. The man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Royland does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. Also died. And another thing, that part about him abducting the ballerina, indeed a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you push really hard. Maybe if it was a contortionist, but come on. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? Oh, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? I don't read Russian. Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of hair would be poking out from that case. Some years ago, I read something better than I believed. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their bodies. Vinegar. For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deduction just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Mr. Sato. It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if he might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some keywords in his deductions? Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that I was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. Also, hashtag relatable. I don't know how people put up with me. At least I'm not like Sholmes. I can't admit that I'm really stupid. Ah, you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? What? Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. How did he not notice that? And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrist when we're finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather say like this. So let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present. His logic and reasoning is spectacular. Okay. Course correction. Okay. Okay, the Luby is looking... Okay, I think this is the same dialogue. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? If it's too long, yes. But I don't see the point here specifically. Like you would, like if you're gonna shave your entire face and your beard is that long, you would want to cut a good decent length of it. But like you would use normal scissors. I don't think you need like shears like that. Although that is a really big beard, to be fair. I doubt that's something. I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword here, Naruto-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his bee that he intends to use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deductions better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands now, Hana-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in the last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? How much can I... Well... My dude? What is... Oh, it's a ballerina, isn't it? What this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No. The color is not the point! The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here. Well, that seems to be... That seems to be it, really. Well, then...
Yes!
Golden locks. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush, golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You haven't met a lot of old femboys, have you? You're not a man at all, you're a woman! And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one is still very much in her youth. Oh no! If only I had managed to cut off my hair, now I would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. You have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Sure needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the... No, yeah, that's a problem. I thought it was gonna be different. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that an old man... I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruto-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. It's a little gay. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. Can you not do that while my boyfriend is dead? He's dead. My boyfriend is dead and you're doing this to me. This is strictly business. Now come on. Yes, I understand. Say no more. I'll stop mentioning that it's gay. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he speaks out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true. Given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly, he, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. That's the Ballerina article.
Yes!
Clearly. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Nova Beach Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of Nova Beach Ballet's prima ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! Bro. Well, gal, I guess. Hello, ma'am. Yeah, right. My real name is Nina. I mean Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Well, now this makes no fucking sense. We kidnapped ourselves. Well, she kidnapped herself, rather. Your second conclusion? Yeah, this is the same as before. Yeah. This woman is a ballerina, and she's right in front of her eyes. So clearly, she can be inside a traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhado-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Oh, hey! That's the hair right there.
Yes!
Probably that. The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Tiara. I can never pronounce that word correctly. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Nova Beach Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara picture here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles, which is probably like a couple thousands in US dollars. At least for this era. Like, if you do the conversion, it's like not that much today. Well, 250 US dollars is not little, but it's not a lot in all things considered. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Fuck. I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point to hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? I have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Hear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? You careless could. Okay, that is the same as before. What? Is there books on the shelf? What? He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. The books on the shelf, okay. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelves into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case... oh god damn it, it's you. Would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still... Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree, that's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Small picture. It's a little harsh when I do it with the mouse. Oh. Oh wait, if it's a... Right, the rules of passage, if it's a pet... Like it's an animal, which would fit in that kind of case, like a cat, or a tiny dog. Like it would fit in that trunk.
Yes!
It would be technically a crime. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous items would move of its own accord. Which leaves with one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. It's the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage, a pet. Ugh. Is it a ferret? I hope it's a ferret. I love ferrets. Well, that was kinda gay. It also plays that little ball on the floor. Like the joke on the one on the other side, like everything was in disarray, and the joke was more or less, are you a dog? Like, do you eat on the floor? And also, if Yorinosuke is more of a weapon or a pet. So, it makes sense that in this case, it would not be the weapon, it would be the pet. So clearly you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimes. I am not Grimes Roylott. Clearly. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The Beria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. She really have snuck on board without being noticed. In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman, and you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave it well done. Well alone. So if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell. Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disguise myself. No one will recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man. I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut out my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand. At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Things happen so much. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. Yes, alright. I'll tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible! And one more thing. Oh, yes? What is it? Observe your wrists. My... Ah! Your hands are cuffed again! What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. Why? There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can't it really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-san wrote about in his diary really was. Okay, but like, I'm gonna go get myself some coffee. It's like 30 minutes over the time that I usually do. And I need something warm to help the spirit as I am dying. So I'll be right back in a sec. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Good, my head is killing me. I hate being ill. I hate dying. Okay, what happened last night, lady? You know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine, and they're blaming me for his death, so if you know anything, I really need some clues. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Do you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbing a wild tempest. Perhaps the steam engine exploded. Sholmes. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened? Yeah, thank you. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry. But all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Nova Beach Ballet? Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition, when you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine and needed to leave. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. That is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova. It creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Well, yes, of course. I don't know what you're talking about. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. What conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Well... There is one thing, which is... If every single member of the crew, which are all Russians for the record, from what it seems, except, or the detective who is here, well, inspector who is here, you know. Doing his job, undercover. That would mean one thing, which is if someone knew of this identity, of Pavlova, they would be in danger because the crew would try to protect her. So there's a non-zero chance that Kazuma found out about this. Someone on the crew realized this, and they had him murder for murder cops. Choco Pops. To go for Cocoa Puffs, but like for murder. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pursue a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, this is where I stopped by Newport last night. Oh. Right, I completely forgot about that. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. That is not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. Interesting. So, what's the story there? An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspaper described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Was once said about myself. A quote from a wonderful extravagant advertisement for The Adventure of Sherlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. I mean, she might be saying the truth. Like, she might be honest about this. She jumped from a plane. But that's very unlikely. Well, not even a plane. In that era, I'm not sure if planes were, like, even invented. I don't remember when the plane was invented. But, like, it could have been, like, jumping from a balloon. Like a... I'm thinking weather balloon, but it's not a weather balloon, but it's the same system. Like, you know, one of, like, just balloons that fly. With the basket and everything. See, this is what happens when my brain doesn't work. It's like I forget words, and then I sound stupid more than usual. But, like, there are ways that she could have, like, flown something that landed into the ship. It's not impossible. It's just highly unlikely. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. If they find my precious... Then the burly Russians will bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Ah! So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. So reassuring. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ah, you credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? Well, they have hares. I've seen, like, snow hares. I've seen the pictures. You may well ask. I have no idea! You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young Valerila's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. I mean, considering the story that was read at the beginning, it's probably a snake. Although, it begs the question, how do you keep a snake in Russia? Like, well, it's not like there can be, like, snake owners in Russia. It's just like, it's cold. Even the parts of it that are not that cold are cold. So, I feel like it would be kind of problematic. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. Ha 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 ha! She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Something? Oh, probably the diary. It does mention the speckle band, so she might react to that. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary. Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 AM. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 AM. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins this cabin, you see? It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Ah. Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckle band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Well, fuck. She's lying about that one, I assume. Oh no, they're knocking! That's never good. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes, what? Whoa, she's fast! That's what she said. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain quarters at once, please. Well, alright, I will come now. Well, well, well. Yes? What? You must leave now. Oh no, it's fine, don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! The passenger said out. Or do you want me to throw you out? Oh, it looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. Well, we got a little fact. By the Russians. And so we lost our chance. But now, having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. This is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. That's a little rude, that's a little violent, that's a little unnecessary, even we can walk. They didn't have to do that. Goddamn sholmes. 9th of January, SS Beria, first class cabin passageway. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. It was a little violent. I wish we managed to find some clue as to what that speckle band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh, yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were secretly back on my wrists. Well, I guess that's close for us. Might as well go back to our own cabin. 9th of January, SS Beria, first class cabin number 1. It looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd laid his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. He's not looking hot there. Oh my god! Dude! Your eye! And your mouth! It's not the usual blood that you usually have. Ah, you're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Please don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Your glasses are broken. Made by a bear, maybe? I don't know. Could be worse if it was a bear. When I told the captain that I gave you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. He's so happy. What? Nikolina Pavlova, she's in the cabin next door. Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respected ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Dude. Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin isn't related to the case, at least. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. The duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Why the Hong Kong police? Well, I guess if it's the first port that you're gonna get to. But it's a strange... It's kinda strange, isn't it? That it would be the police in Hong Kong? Like, you just leave it to the first police force that you have around? Although, maybe... It depends, because... If the crime was committed while they were in the waters of Hong Kong, then technically it falls into their jurisdiction, I suppose. I had to blow my nose again. Like, what do you do if it's in international waters? Has the concept of international waters already been established by this point? When was that established? I have a lot of questions, and I wish my brain worked long enough for me to either remember if I knew, or, I don't know, figure it out. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. What is this new information you have, Inspector? Is this? The various medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report. Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae. That's what is written in the report. His neck was broken. Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility. An obvious wound would be left. I mean, an obvious wound is a little, like, even if the death is instantaneous, a hit that hard to the back of the neck, it would at least leave bruises. It would bruise. Like, they would leave a mark. Like, just because you die instantly doesn't mean, like, the body doesn't... Like, it takes a second. But, like, that to not... Like, am I insane? Am I speaking out of, like, the puffiness of my brain while I'm affected by the diseases? But no, it makes sense. Like, you would leave a bruise if it's like an object that hits against there. Like, you can bruise there. So, like, it's... What confuses me here is that there's... Like, no obvious wound is one thing, no obvious mark is another. Like... Yeah, it's not a wound, but it's clearly a place where, like, a mark was left that somebody's hit the skin and the blood vessels in there. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never had agreed to you live in this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. Oh, thank you. Ah, Susate's feeling bad because she doesn't trust us. Okay, before continuing the conversation, let's examine it. Male, Far Eastern. You know, you can just say Asian. You can just say Japanese. I assume it's in the log for the boat that they're in. Like, there's usually, like, you have a log of the people that come into the boat. And in that log it tells you when you get them. And he got in Japan. So I, like, you know? Sometimes between 1 AM and a little past 2 AM. That's... Okay, so around an hour there. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of potion. Okay. See, here's the deal. If I had a point of reference for, like, a bruise, I could be like, okay, this has this shape. Although, maybe that's on purpose, because that would make it obvious who did it. Arguably, that could be the point. Like, avoiding showing you what the shape of the bruise left by the hit of this blunt object will get will allow you to get away with, like, making the mystery more complicated, because it might be something that is so obvious that otherwise you figured it immediately. I don't think so, but it's not impossible. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yeah, certainly he was. Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Anything useful even? If it's something useful, you have to tell me if he said something. Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish! Was all he said. Shoe polish? Wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass, do you see? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick color mark, do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? Well, you smell it, you touch it, you check, like, it's... There are not a lot of things that feel or smell like shoe polish, in my opinion. Like, have you ever entered into, like, a place where they make shoes? Not where they sell shoes, where they make shoes. Like, it's a very specific smell. That of shoe polish. That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. Also, it's Sholmes, he probably has, like, gadgets and shit. Where is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red, then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repair them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? That means he was dragged, or he... No, he had to have been dragged. I don't think he would have dragged his... Well... Yeah, no, he had to have been dragged, because if the death was instantaneous, then the body had to be dragged, which means that the writing had to be... Well, obviously, because he's in Russian and he doesn't know Russian, but adding to that... That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. And please take care of your health. Like, do you need a doctor? Do you need to check that tuberculosis? Poor Inspector, you look exhausted. Oh, no. Well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Hashtag relatable. Let's leave. 9th of January! SS Vera, first class cabin passageway. Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san! Seaman Stroganoff has gone! Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. La la la. You hear that? It sounded like someone singing. La 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 la. I did it the great detective way. This Caroline. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Like the day. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's strong enough, not stringy knot. Well, let's move. "9th January, SS Vera, first class cabin number 2. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. To set the sun. Oh, where she's gone. Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By yourself if you have to. Yes, we will. You didn't have to judo chop me like 5 times though. Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep in secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the Sesveria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? Let's check this side first. There are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san. It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know? Ugh, those eyes. She looks at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Yay! I get to check the trash can! I love it. It's where I belong. In the trash can. Exactly! We have no choice! Let me guess, it's empty, like Malimara Zero Soul. There's hardly anything in here at all. Well, it has things, so it's not his soul. Well, that's a little disappointing. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's being dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Do you think? Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a leak, a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. Yeah, I would worry more if there were leaks on the lower parts of the... you know... Like, on top of it's probably fine. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? It would seem this seaport is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Or, because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had a chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? I don't think I need to check the... Well, maybe let's check the books, actually. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. You think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. He's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens in this ship is because of me, you know? Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. I feel like it's slightly different from the other one, but I'm not sure how. I might need to recheck them. Is one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin too? Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist! She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug too. That's what she said. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Haruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here, yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know? Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was riding hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Oh, then this is the most important part to check. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolts run across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across on its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Ah yes, they're displaying this cabin too. Look, this is various rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. He's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh yes, so do I. What am I not looking at? Hmm. Maybe I need to move? Is it because I haven't spoken with you, maybe? You! Where did you go? Don't worry about it. Oh, sorry, I just went to the next cabin to investigate. Wow. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did. I knew Japanese wasn't. Later, I will rock him into Bal and throw him in cold room. Oh, he's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at Le Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. Maybe here? Is there? Oh. I didn't see you there. I'm going to assume that I need to talk to him. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look. Well, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra la 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 la, I did it the correct detective way. He's still singing. You think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than he could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, his look in her look was about. Excuse me? I saw it all and I stood tall. I did the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Ah! What is it? You want to fight, hmm? Honestly, Oh god damn it, I thought it was Jonas, okay. Honestly, interrupted a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climatic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is a good time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away? Bitch. Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log as penned by the stockily-built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh, yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Also, I think that's counted as a slur. Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear! It would seem the same crewman of stands sentry in the first-class passageway. He has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report. Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. Yet, ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I will stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Okay. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes? Brilliance! Ha 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 ha. Oh, ouch. What is it that you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. That's the third person with this condition. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear that he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? Will something happen if I enter back here now? Ah! What's that? That sounds like an alarm. If I had to hazard a guess. Shut out the engines immediately, vessel sighted a quarter-mile far. Full stop, hard to starboard. All hands raised for impact. What the... I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Susato-san, hold on to me. Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think... yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello, is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, okay. I thought he was one of the other people. Is that you there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly! What? The bolt? Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How do you... and... look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I better tidy up the place first. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what waited... but I knew please, Mao. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Well, we're almost gonna get there to Hong Kong, so we're almost gonna get our asses kicked. For a crime we didn't commit. Again. So, I guess they crash or almost crash against something. which is why the door was bolted in the first place, but it wasn't. Okay, so that means that whoever entered the cabin to commit the crime, like, if it was even a crime, because that's the thing, something could have fallen on Kazuma, like something could have killed him without anyone intervening if what caused all of the stuff in the bedroom to be in disarray was the fact that they crashed against something. And I can only assume that the reason why everyone's having headaches is because someone put like a sleeping agent on the food. And Kazuma doesn't like chicken, so clearly he didn't get like affected by it. 9th of January, SS burial at Miss Pavlova's cabin. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Sato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? You both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What the hell happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming, crew are running everywhere. The first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah, you wicked intruder, dressed all in black. You are the devil. Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. So, you wanna explain that, girlie? Inspector. Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. It is not enough that he has killed a man. Ah, and he is stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe it? Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are devil. It does not look good, does it? There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the Captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. I guess. Let's talk to them. Miss Pavlova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but get out now. We just needed to investigate in here to help understand what happened to... Please don't scream at me at Russian. I don't know what you're saying. It's no use. She's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will. Please, just give me a little more time. I do nothing for you, except show you way to ship's prison cell. Thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent, I didn't kill anyone. And trespassing and stowing away? Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues and, well... Enough! You are guilty. Ship's cell is only place fit for you. Come on, there has to be someone. some savior to rescue me from this crisis. Wait, if I go to this side... I fucking knew that he was gonna be there. I fucking knew. Okay, fine. 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 Fucking sholmes. What the... What are you doing up there? I wish he was supposed to... Mr. Sholmes? Why are you wearing the dagger? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like in one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere foolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend an unconsidered-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Do not take it. No, do not. Don't waste your time. Ah, you again. The great detective. Ah, Inspector! I confess I've been looking for you. Something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Veria, has been solved! By me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. I'm gonna have to fix this stupid deduction, don't I? So allow me to illuminate all your minds! For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case! Oh boy, here we go again. Ah, you have solved it. Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all know who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning, when we found criminal in wardrobe. He's a stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it, and also I didn't have them for like 5 minutes until Sholmes put it on me again. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Ah, locked room. That is point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been run across from outside the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to get access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gaps open-mouthed at you even as we speak! The ventilator, man! The ventilator? Ah. You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm to that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You suggested the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 AM, I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 AM, what looks like some sort of speckled body dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! Ah! Well, what the... Snake! I love Snake. That's a cute one. Allow me to introduce you all to Snake. God, what's his nickname? I hope he's a cool Snake name. To the van! The speckled bard! A snake? Indubitably! Everyone's honest reaction to that. Mr. Sholmes? Just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Hmm? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the stripe ban, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap. How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death is nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one! Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. Ah. Number two. That same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. His tongue as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes will be right. He hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Sogi. Mr. Soganov, we can't hear you. It looks like he can't speak with that snake coil around his head. It's a surprise he can even, breathe. I would advise as little movements as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long thread in your neck. So everyone, let us begin! Herlock Sholmes is proud to present. His logic and reason is spectacular. Another one of these, huh? They gave me a foot. I don't think it's a poisonous snake, though. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. He said it's nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aging heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. Yes, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? As I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writing serpent we see before us. And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's rated observations on the night in question tell of a speckled ban. Oh yes, regrettably. These specimens markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give then, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does! You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that's what you are trying, but failing to conceal. can only be the snake's loud skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No. You know, Sholmes, that's not how snakes work. I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled man. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime. It's a rare breed of snake, whose mark is changed in time it sluts its skin. Snakes so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. I'm pretty sure there's no snake that actually does that. Well, there might be, but I would assume not. Like, I'm pretty sure that's not how their scales work. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. But they didn't find any poison in the body. Now, if you take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? And now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. We first met in this cabin. It came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't. It is telling that the victim made note of the low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his hand. It was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed, you put that serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you release the snake once more. You deny this snake has undergone such training. It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom will course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Your logic is a mess, dude. It's so stupid. This concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Everyone's honest reaction to that. Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor you will observe a saucer of milk. The promised food is the key trade. First of all, You're not supposed to give cat's milk. At least not cow milk. Well, not much of it anyway. They can have like a little bit as a treat. Like salami, you know? A little bit as a treat. But second, why would you assume, like, snakes don't drink milk? Snake milk isn't that... Actually, I have heard that snake milk is kind of like a thing, but... Give me a second, I need to blow my nose. He's so fucking stupid, is what I mean. Incredible! You've solved the mystery! Amazing! Your great deduction really lives up to his name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? I think your shit is quack. It's just about your deductions before. They're whack. Your entire shit is whack. I mean, some things don't quite make sense to me, because they're whack. It's just the entire thing. It's super whack. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer out loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madame. And reptiles, don't drink milk? Yeah, I assume. I had the term, like, snake milk, but I'm not sure if that's like milk. I'm pretty sure it's not. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. You have better luck offering, like, mice. No matter, not out, Miss Pablo, I use some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. It was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. I mean, they can't hear. They're not incapable of hearing. Like, how do you think, like, snake charming works? Well, actually, I don't know how snake charming works. I always assume that it's just, like, the sound is in such a frequency that, like, it causes the snake to, you know, want to get closer to it for some biological reason. I guess it's another thing that I have to read on. But I guess they don't have ears in the traditional sense. But madame, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sound of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. Come on, you just took all of the charm out of snake charming. Ugh, well, that's one thing that is ruined for me. No hands, no feet, no ears! These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Hey! Don't talk like that to a snake. Snakes are good. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. That's your own fault. There is one other thing. You have more! Snakes use the scale on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell core like the ones in these caverns. That makes the most sense out of everything, really. Then it should try harder! Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say He said there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. He has been broken. Well, that's good. I didn't like him. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Here's what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? You've done it again! Your handcuffs are gone. Where did it go? Fear not, I shall see them restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now everyone, let us begin! Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reason is spectacular. Again. Okay, this is gonna be the same as before. Okay. She does have a pain expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Would there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. Okay. Oh. Well, look at that. Oh, Naruhodo-san, look. That looks like a very painful wound. It looks like a scratch made by some kind of animal. Yeah, you don't say. And fairly recently, too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here. Well, if we assume that it's a different animal...
Yes!
Like an animal that can actually move through the vent and everything. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, the close scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive the scratch sometime last night? Ah. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. It is that very pain that evinces your inextricable link to the victim's death. That's the same as before. Yeah. Clearly not. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. Unless it's one of those little, like, lizards that look like snakes with tiny little arms. Have you seen those lizards with tiny little arms? Like, they have... Like, they look like snakes. And they have, like, the tiniest little arms and legs. I call them snoodles. They're snoodles. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is it? What's the true identity of these friends of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. Oh. Please. Clearly she's holding a cat.
Yes!
Wait, what? Oh. I probably should have checked it first. I'm stupid. My mistake. I thought the game would just be like, well, you clearly saw the cat on the picture. It's very obviously there. You're obviously looking at this framed photographic print, weren't you, Miss Pavlova? But let's not be distracted by the print itself. Oh no! It's the frame that is your frame, isn't it? Because it's so beautifully displayed whatever you put inside it. What spectacularly contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion? Oh, well, it's supposed to be a logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. This is my show, Mr. Naruhodo. Kindly perform any spectacular experiments on your own stage. Sorry, asshole. You can be reasonably sure that Miss Pavlova's furtive glance was aimed at her friend. And that same friend is probably responsible for the scratch on the back of her hand. You also know that whatever it is, this friend must be small enough to pass through the ventilator. That really ought to narrow it down. Let me scar around again in the direction that she looked. Okay, so let's check it fast. Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. Look at this photograph. Could be something Miss Pavlova probably heard when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but personally, it's a little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we better take a closer look at this. Cat. And now I can use it.
Yes!
My mistake. I'll have to remember to do that sometimes, for this kind of stuff. Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Ah! Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian. Excuse me. For a moment I thought it was Yonosuke. He probably wouldn't know about cat races. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that face leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observation on the night in question tell of a speckled ban. Snake, you have my permission to kill Sholmes. Whereas, regrettably, these specimen markings do not fit the description in any way. I mean, he said a ban. It could be like just the collar that he's wearing. Well, that's unlikely, but still, it's better than the snake. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Ah, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Okay, yeah, the skin makes no sense now that we're here. Do you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she's just left it in her pocket, no one would ever have known. Ah, yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholmes especially. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought the doctor was his specialty, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that the skin of that's the skin of a snake. God damn it, I can't speak. Ugh. Again. Or even the coffee can solve the fact that my brain is mush. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Well, we just have to move and see what it is. Oh, hey, it's a cat toy. Well, it is Speckle and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle at one end. I think it might be a cat's toy. This story is common in the West apparently. Or is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the van around and paw at it. He doesn't in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. Ah, that sounds positively adorable. Well, there we go. Oh. God damn it, I did it again. My mistake. Oh, really? You left me there rather than where I was before? That's kind of shitty. It's kind of shitty of you.
Yes!
Yes, the thing you are trying but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckle ban. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. Waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can be only one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat toy to incite the creatures to return. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Yeah. Actually troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Yay! Look at these photographs. It was after I gave her her food last night. That's when it happened. He scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, he had disappeared through the ventilator. Daruka. She is so naughty. Well, that's one half of this shit. Okay, the heart of the matter, the green demise of the victim. Okay, this is the same. Mr. Sholmes says it's true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right, but Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Postmortem report, please.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath will be strong enough to survive that. Yemen Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yeah, it's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found though. Presumably Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Oh right, the mark on the floor. Like if he fell, like I thought that he was like dragged, but if he fell, that probably would leave a similar mark. And there is like that glass thing that is probably like the little veil that the god is wearing.
Yes!
Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish. Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, cocked his neck against some unmovable object as he fell onto the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. Now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that that's what happened. People sometimes just die. But... And if this part of Mr. Sholmes' deductions is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. In this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be somewhere. Well, it's probably not the traveling case. And I doubt it's, like, in the desk itself. It has a lot of, like, spaces there, but it's clearly not allowing me to do that. Oh, right, the waste paper basket. What's inside? This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. Well,
Yes!
that's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the waste paper basket. Ah. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? What would it be that part of this glass object which was entirely broken at the scene of the victim's death could be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? Yeah. You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't. I don't know, in that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruto. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Orlova and the little glass bell, that would be the photo. Because it shows that the cat is wearing it.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, it's always there, the meme is always there. You can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble your absent feline friend Darka. Well, speaking of, where's the cat? I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. By tripping over a cat, of all ways to die. Of all ways to die, really. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't pretend. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma brought about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then, oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. This is very is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance and as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. The Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again. Gracious, Darka is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it? And where did it come from? And where did it go? Where did it come from? Coronite snake? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Peroxco. What? What? That snake belongs to you. He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend, without someone who understands. I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty sure there are very few illnesses that snakes can pass humans. Naturally, I mean, they can poison you if they're a poisonous snake. Well, venomous. Technically, the term is venomous. They're not poisonous, they're venomous. But technically, I think there's very few illnesses that they can, like, that we share that can be transmitted. Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow! A gargantuan venomous snake, surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Krishok does not have venom. It is not the venomous one, it's the ones that constrict. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable like Granny. I mean, I do like constrictive? What is the word in English? I know in Spanish, I don't remember in English. But like the snakes that don't have fangs, like that. Like they just constrict their victim until, you know, they suffocate and die, and then they eat them. Delightful little creatures. It's venomless. Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ah, like they say they milk chickens. Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. We should eat mouses, big fat round mouses. Like most snakes that are kept as pets. You would buy... Well, depends on the size, but usually it's like mouse or certain insects. I wonder if you can feed them chicken. I've never seen it. Mostly people just feed them mice and insects, but I assume that if you wanted to give them a little piece of chicken as a treat, you could. So is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Well, you could have, you know, bought food for them, and... Like, what do you do if there's no mouse for you to catch? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. I think Sholmes has been emotionally broken. It refuses to drink meal, it can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell core, and it's not even venomous! How the deuce did something so interplanetary, lol! It's not my fault, I do not make up stories. My preoccupation is nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Doubly tragic because he wasn't even killed. This wasn't even a murder. Yeah, everyone's honest reaction to it. We know. Miss Pavlova, I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Vikotova? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. Well, seems like it's an accident, but we still don't have any information on the whole. Why is the message written in fucking Russian? I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you have not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah, you put them on again! Not again! What did he do that again? Again. He keeps doing it. Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Because it didn't look like it? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes, he was my boyfriend. Kazuha was my closest friend and boyfriend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. Okay. How am I doing that? We're not in court. I don't get to cross-examine. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. Truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent! Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes! What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was it truly an unfortunate accident, or was it in fact no accident at all? This is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right here in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show your hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. That would be, yeah, the crime scene photograph, because again, why would he write a dying message and why would it be in Russian?
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asog... for a moment I thought it was... I thought it was Sholmes again. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left his message on the floor. That's creep. It's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is! The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. No, it's not. No, it's not a simple language. I've seen how Russian looks. That doesn't seem likely. Like, I know it's probably not the hardest language to pick up, but it doesn't look easy, honey. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor, and the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebra resulting in instant death. Instant death. Like instantaneous. You know? Like in the moment. Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. Because he was already dead. You guys? That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So Susato-san has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words, the other half of the bell, I'm assuming? Like... that would make the most sense that one half, like... for one half to remain and the other not, someone has to enter there and actually get it.
Yes!
This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's... You are wasting time! Someone else was there. Of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. only other person in cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian, there's no way I would have left that message. No, it would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? I'm doing a thing. I'm doing my thing. Forgive me, my dear fellow. He's so annoying, I'm gonna kill him. As I was saying, before being rudely interrupted, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor, in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why would this person have taken all the pieces of the bell anyway? Even half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. A single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a factor of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganoff. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of Sir Sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skill and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse the ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You said that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I gained my tooth. Well, this is the most interesting. This is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective, you should know. Look through it in eye. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Oh, you want to tell me the killer can walk through locked doors? Yet, it's impossible. He's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie threads around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Fred, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not bandos. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, with no gap without a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. Mr. Nanisos suggested it earlier, so... Sato-san, who could you shift it on to me like that? So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. Cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, you can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhiro, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes is, Mr. Naruhiro? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed, we have! So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhiro? You were the one who sounded the alarm, weren't you? Like, he's the one who sounded the fucking alarm to prove a point. God fucking damn it, Sholmes. Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin bolt, the cabin door bolt across from the outside. Probably the The shelf is the most concrete one, like the bookcase.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah, it was very obviously just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Oh yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the ball flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Sogi was killed, and that explains why the stuff's thrown about. The SS Beria made another emergency stop. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hands across all shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Beria made emergency stop. It does seem a little far-fetched. What could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm. Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. So a button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you. When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed, a little earlier today. He did it on purpose, this motherfucker. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel make an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slid closed. So what we must now consider? Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Sogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? You are idiots! Beria is huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop even in middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhiro? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhiro? Fascinating! Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped the vessel last night? Well, the log, the fact that it's empty during that time where supposedly Kazuma died. Yeah, not even there.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? That is correct. Why? And the ship log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! You rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. As responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first lights this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log. That is... because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you? Gulp. Indeed so! We shall lose that shortly after 2 a.m. Something happened. Here aboard the SS Beria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody will sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Ah. Oh, yes, I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. I feel that. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed inside the wardrobe. And the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe. I had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Drugged. Tell me, Mr. Naruhiro, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes, sorry. The stowaway class of accommodations doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No! Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug. Well, yeah, that's what a soporific is, honey. Do you mean whoever did this lays every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice this ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea! Precisely! Placing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator! What? Mr. Sholmes? Well, seaman. I mean, she was a member of the crew here. So, every person in, like, working at the, like, here, being a conspirator would make sense, actually. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be all over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember that. I didn't notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. We could not make all drug. How do you say, dissolve? Ugh, talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was held by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Varia slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So, if that's what happened, the only people away on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. I wouldn't say so. What? Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers will habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. There is reaction to that. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life that night. Someone who left a message in Russia on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. I mean, that's fair. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes. Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes. For observation is a visible deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular. To expose the truth. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said. Of these two prevaricators. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely, you are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Well, what I can see, I guess. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Oh. Wait, what? Bro! Yes! Clean your shirt! I saw that immediately, bro. Clean your shirt. Seaman Stroganoff, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Ah, yes, I don't know where that comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform, and I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is! So Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it! My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves that the stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is... that would be the crime scene photo. I wish we had like the bottle of ink as a, you know... Yes! Yes, it is photographed and the ink it shows. That's what caused this stain on your uniform. Ink. Rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Purple. Ah. Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. Purple. And the stain on the back of her uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dried, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in that student's cabin to make it look like what Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Peria do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our Angel. Beef, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do the talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling Passageway. Then our Angel came to me. He was white like sheet. Beef, please. You must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here? Please don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry fan. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers. Only to find its occupant laying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel. The door was not locked. So she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Solis' cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already there? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind! Oh, Mr. Sholmes, really? Really? Come on, Sholmes. This photograph, yes, I took it myself, you know. Yeah, and? Because of that was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. The unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to be somewhat unnatural. Uh-huh. What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... If Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck... Which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? Well... The hand was moved, so that wouldn't count. It's already unnatural, like, the nature of, like, the cover-up. So I guess it's a clenched fist? You wouldn't fall on your clenched fist like that, I would say.
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his face just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat, like a cat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of opening the hand? Of investigating the victim's face a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes? Show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. Oh, crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. That looks like this lady's earrings. Yes, you're right, a crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo, that is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this here crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes. Not sure, whatever. Like, yeah, that has it and that doesn't. Yeah, okay. I assume it had to be one of them.
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. Eh, what? But looking at your other ear, I noticed a crescent moon. Ah. Don't believe it. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Really, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Sugi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Sugi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Ah. Ellie, you don't have to follow her. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Tarka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Tarka wouldn't come back. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was a friend of mine. A young man for your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Arca, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... just a moment, sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah. Ah, of course, you're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Well, he liked ballet. He's well informed. Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing in the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then... Cat! Darka jumped out of my arms and down the young man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me... Oh. Oh, ow. I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And... I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway? I heard Nina cry out and thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Beef. If they find out, I will be... please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway. In wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. Man, you people are terrible. At your job, I mean, you could have made a better job to, blame me. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote wardrobe so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass spilled? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. A Accordingly, the SS Barrier did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door and the slide shut, creating the lockroom mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, a lot of things, really. Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you ran away from your homeland, and it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first. What are you doing here this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He said an inspector was his friend. Ah, yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I... May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but... he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done so. At all. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Girly, what would you assume? He's Japanese. He doesn't have to get involved in this, like, Russian nonsense. No offense to the Russians. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? Let's consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama. Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, if there's one thing I've learned today, is that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? Well, if he wasn't looking at the goddamn veil, it was gonna be the wardrobe. He wanted a second opinion and he wanted it from us. The wardrobe. My wardrobe. I was in there at the time, of course, sleeping soundly. Too soundly. Only I hadn't eaten that chicken that was laced with the sleeping drug. If only he'd woken me up, then maybe this tragedy would have never happened. Yeah, that's the point. Like, but that's kind of the point for me. Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Ah. Miss Pavlova, please think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi... You had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Or if you had trusted him like a little bit. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really. I'm so sorry. What have I done? Kelly, you're 15. You don't know what the fuck you're doing, clearly. And so at long last, almost an hour and a half after I was supposed to end the stream, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident in the SS Beria was finally laid to rest. I said that we weren't going to do this again, and I accidentally did it, so next time I'm ending no matter where we're at. God. 9th of January, 7:14 p.m. This is beautiful carving passageway. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? When the Russians tried to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's an exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Even Stroganoff. I wanted to help old Angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost good friend. I will go with Nina, and will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Yeah. Well, all's well that ends well, I guess. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes, I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. You should get back to your cabin now. Well, at least we can sleep on the bed now. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Susato-san? Haruhoda-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosanaya just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Aww. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. Well, it happens. People die. It sucks ass. He has such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they're being cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's so much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed. Because his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now, at least. Huh? Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo. What? What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Story? So I decided to restore them. For all time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway, after all. Ha 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 ha! He thinks this is funny? I'm going to kill this man. I'm going to kill him. Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it is a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... For Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualification, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes? Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? You're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless you study in law. No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. He's gonna be doing better than the Kardashian. That one that, like, failed the, the bar exam. Was it Kim? Was it Kim Kardashian? I remember seeing it on Twitter. Like, girly, you have all the money that you could use. Just get some good tutors or something. Actually work on your, like, on your exam thing. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma, he said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mrs. Sato? Aw, she smiled at me. I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. Oh, God, I mean this guy. So, what does our respectable inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant! Numbers are indisputable. No, 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 it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating. Duty and rules are all dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character. And you witness ample evidence of this vast exemplary character today with your own eyes. From early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. And he doesn't mind being in bondage all day. Why do you have to mention that? Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. The Inspector is a true MVP at this point. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the Captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. And there he goes. The MVP. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you! And, Mr. Naruhodo? I'd like you to take charge of this. What, me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that has been in the Asogi clan for generations. Wait, isn't that Von Karma's last name in Japanese? Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Mrs. Sato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come, yet? It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need! But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you two. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious for me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away and the cabin door was locked from the inside. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you, and not just once but 5 times. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhado. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. Why are you still here? I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presumed that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Apparently, it's called a Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How peculiar. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I'm a somewhat accomplished boxer. Which is true of the actual stories of Sherlock Holmes, I believe. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. I don't think that's a legal move in boxing. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. Wait, are you gonna throw me again? Just use him. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhado? Sorry? Yeah. Why did you use me for an example? As you can see, you can throw from the abdomen. Oh, yes, in arresting indeed, and that is what you term the Susaku takedown, is it? Actually, no, that was a Susato squash. Oh boy. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I'm worried about what it is, though. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Yeah, now you're fucking dead. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. God, that's gonna suck ass. Ugh. English. Ugh. Ugh. Terrible. Ugh. Nobody wants that. And we went over the hour-and-a-half mark because I'm stupid and I should have ended the stream earlier. So we're gonna end here, and next case is gonna be longer, I know, so we're not gonna do that shit again. On whatever point we get to, that's where we end. I'm not doing that to me again. I'm hungry, and it's over 4 p.m. I need my lunch. But anyway, thank you everybody for being here. tomorrow something different, and probably an announcement that I might not be streaming on Friday because I need to get an emergency checkup from my traumatologist because my knee is well, it has something for sure, and I don't know what it is, and I'm sadly afraid that I went over and over about like, oh, I might have to get my back operated, I might get to have my back operated, and then nothing happened. I think this is an actual, like, I might need to get my knee operated. This might be an actual, yeah, we're gonna have to like put some stuff inside your knee. Because it's bad. So, but I'll say it if I can get a turn to see him on Friday, or it's gonna be Tuesday next week. So I'll figure that out tomorrow. So I'll find out. But anyway, again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day and a good start to your week, and I'll see you tomorrow for something completely different. And remember, Sherlock Holmes needs Sherlock Holmes could also get being thrown out of a window, but Sherlock Sholmes definitely needs to get thrown out of a window at least once. He needs it at least once for enrichment, you know. Bye, everyone.